And today we are going to be doing a really fun, I feel like you can't see, my hair's so short now, you guys. um, Today we are going to be doing a really beautiful pattern. I am truly humbled that I am allowed to do this live. We are going to be doing a Aries Crossbody, but we're going to be doing kind of like more of the handbag style strap by Knotted Thread Co. This is my first one that I did. So I did it in vinyl and then cotton woven on the inside. And if you followed Knotted Thread Co. for any length of time, you know that Shannon's patterns like are gorgeous. She just done an amazing job. I'm a huge fangirl of hers. And so when I reached out to her to ask her if she would allow me to do a live sew along of this, I was shocked she said yes. So Shannon, thank you so very much for allowing me. I hope that I do it justice today. But I think Shannon's pattern is just so well wrote. I did this one not even watching a video. And so I really want to encourage you, if you feel maybe a little intimidated because of the level of quality of Shannon's work herself, know that her pattern is so well wrote. So definitely take the time to give it a try. I do have a link in the details for her pattern, for her group. I also have a link in the details for the fabric that I will be using. Which is from my little Shindig. It is this coming, well, this month's for, like, it's just been shipped. I guess it would be this month or for next month, the Freaking Fabulous Fabric Club that just got shipped out to everybody. So if you haven't opened your fabric club yet, then this might provide spoilers. So open your fabric club. If you aren't part of the Freaking Fabulous Fabric Club, I do have a link in the details for you to go and check that out with my little Shindig. This month's fabric club is specifically focused on mental health awareness. Be kind to your mind is the theme. And so I am going to be using some of that fabric for the lining, like I did on this one right here. No, I did not use it on this one. What am I talking about? I did not use it on this one. This one, I did a Winnie the Pooh theme, because you can see my little Roo here with a little kite. I think I got these from Alchemats or Thumbs and Thimbles. I can't remember. One of those is where I got these from. I cannot remember where I got these from. I should really do better at keeping track of that sort of stuff. But the inside is all Winnie the Pooh map that I used. And so the inside of this part here does have a zipper pocket. That is using some of the My Little Shindig fabric in the zipper pocket area. Okay. And then I have a cute little tag. We are going to be using one of these tags today, because I feel like it goes with the Be Kind to Your Mind theme. If it's not here, that means it's out there. And so then there's a magnetic snap here on the inside portion of this bag. And then the two main parts of the bag, the two zipper parts, are on the outside portions. Now, when I did this, because I really was trying to make sure that I didn't get any like wave in my zipper, I think I did not pull, yep, my lining on this one gets caught a little bit in my zipper right here. So in order to open this side of the bag, you kind of have to put your finger here and like pull up so it doesn't get caught there. And it's getting caught there. So I'm like, I don't know what I need to do to fix that without ripping everything apart. But it does open. You just have to kind of finagle it on the side. So this was my tester bag. But I don't know, I still love it. It's such a cute, this pattern is such a cute little size. You know, like I just made it that it's kind of like a shoulder bag. You could do, Shannon does amazing. You could do edge painting with this pattern. we will not be doing edge painting today because that would just be taking us way too long. You could use rivets. Or I would say the only way to do this is to use rivets. You can maybe hand sew it, but use rivets there. So this is what we're doing. So come on in, say hello. As always, I'm going to set that aside here. As always, my name is Genevieve. That hasn't changed. And this is my channel dedicated to just sharing my love of sewing and crafting and how that creates healing and self-care for many of us. During the summer months, the summer season, which is our camping season here on the farm, because we have 2 glamping tents here on our farm that we are getting to set up. Our first campers arrive this weekend. During that time of year, I do not have time to do pre-recorded videos, so I am focusing on every Monday coming into you at 2:30 Eastern time, doing a live sew along. And so I'm so grateful to all the pattern designers that have given me the opportunity to share their patterns with you all. As always, I highly encourage you to also go over, follow their pages, their channels, check out their websites, whatever it might be, and I will always post those in the details of these sew-alongs. If you are here with me, say hello. Tell me what you're up to today. If you are going to be sewing along with us, I'd love to know if you are sewing along with us. And if you're just here to hang out and have a good time, that's okay too. Say hello in the comments. I do have my iPad here so that I can see what you all are sharing. I am going to be sewing this today on my Sailrite Fabricator. I definitely could, I think, sew with the materials that I'm using today on my domestic, but I'm gonna be really honest to you. My domestic is a Bernina 425. I think it's QE. It is new to me. I have not had enough time to sit and play with it enough that I would feel comfortable to sew this on there. So I'm going to be sewing it on my Sailrite where I feel more comfortable. And I am hoping that by the end of this summer, I feel more comfortable on my Bernina so that some of my videos in the future can be more on my domestic machine. Because I think these materials in particular today that I'm using, you could totally do this bag on a good domestic machine. So what else do I want to share before we get started? This is probably going to be a fairly lengthy sew along because it is a fairly technical bag. It is definitely probably not beginner bag. It is more of a confident intermediate bag, I would say. Hi, Jerry. Thanks for coming on. And so I would say that, you know, definitely if you haven't sewn anything before, this is not a beginning sew along. I will do more sew alongs this summer that are all different levels. So whatever level you're at, I'm glad you're here. I do also have in the details a link to my free Facebook group. If you've been following me for a little while, you know that in the Facebook group, I do share everything focused around how can we really focus on our own personal self-care, and also sharing a little bit of my insight as a crafty business owner that primarily in my past lives has worked in sales and marketing in the fashion industry. So I share things from that, and particularly specifically about how do you get yourself seen and get your make seen. I'd love to have you join me over in my free Facebook group. I also am a community herbalist, which means I blend tea. And that is another way that I really try to encourage and promote self-care. So for my sew-alongs, I always have an event in my group that you can RSVP to. And I started the last of sew-along sharing with you that there will be a secret word shared or secret phrase or something of that nature shared in my Facebook and my YouTube lives and my sew-alongs. That there will be a post over on that event on my Facebook group that you can go and share that secret word. When you share that secret word on that post in the event in my free Facebook group, it couldn't be super easy, right? then I will put you in a raffle, and we will do a little wheel random prize pull, and at the end of this week I will pick a name to receive the bag that I am making here on the sew along. So whatever I make on the sew along is what will be the prize for whoever is the random person that shares the secret word over on that post in the event. And so the last one was the Pac-Man pouch, the pack pouch, and the woman who won it, it was so cute because when I said that she won it, she's like, "Are you sure it was me?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm sure it was you." So I feel like it's just one of those ways for me to share my love of sewing, is if I get to send this bag to one of you for free. I just think that that's wonderful. So that's what we're doing today. So I'm going to share with you the fabrics that I'm using. And because the fabric from my little Shindig specifically for this month is about mental health awareness, and because this will be a fairly lengthy live, there might be a few breaks because I can sew for hours on end, but sewing and talking is a whole other game. It's like chewing gum and patting your head or whatever and jumping on one foot. And so there might be some breaks where I just take a drink, and then we might talk a little bit about my story within mental health and how I have been probably my entire life. I feel like I've been an advocate for mental health awareness and share some of my personal story and journey with that. So let's get to the fabrics that I'm using. So I am using, or supplies that I'm using, I am using a Tech 70 thread from Sunny Sewing Machines in brown. I am also using, I'll pull this over here. I am also using a very lightweight cork from Sally Tomato. This, I don't even know if this is still on their website. It's like a distressed brown cork, but it is very thin. Like, I don't know if you can see how thin that is. It's thinner than traditional cork. So we'll see how it turns out. I think it's going to turn out really nice, but it is thinner than traditional cork. This was part of one of their sales back at the beginning of the year, I believe. So I just thought that this was just a really warm, pretty brown. It kind of gives that leather look, and it's distressed. I also do have, this is a magnetic snap cover. I don't know what we call this, a magnetic face cover. I am not using the magnet portion of this for here. I just attached it to the outside to kind of have like more of like a conversation piece on the front. Okay. I do have everything already interfaced. This is a fusible, two-sided fusible interface foam interfacing that I get off of Amazon. And I already have done all of those steps. So there's a really great thing about Shannon's patterns is that she really does walk you through all the pre-steps. I have to just, I appreciate a very detailed pattern writer, and Shannon does not disappoint in that. Let me pick up, I dropped some pieces. So there's certain pieces of this that you are supposed to interface, certain pieces you don't need to interface. So I've already done that. And then for the fabric, we are using 2 of the coordinating prints from this month's freaking fabulous fabric club from my little Shindig. So I love this subscription. I guess that is what it is. It is a club. Katie does open, the owner of my little Shindig, Katie, she does open up the wait list to join the freaking fabulous fabric club on various occasions. So I do have the link on there for you to go and check this out. Any extras she has of this, she does put on retail. So keep an eye out for that if you don't want to be a part of the subscription. And also she will put this on a pre-order very soon if you only want certain prints. The prints that I am going to be using from this today are the bee the yellows because I thought they went really well with that brown, the warm brown, but there's some purples and some greens, and you get a little bit more than a quarter, a fat quarter of fabric. With this, every month when this comes, it does come with a free pattern for you to do, which I will be sharing but not doing a sew along for, because free patterns that are made with videos, they all already have a video out there, so I do not want to take away from someone who has created a free video for a free pattern. But we will be making something with different fabric from this coming soon in May. Everything, certain things you need for the free pattern, Katie does provide you. So like this month, she did give us a piece of zipper tape. But I feel like it's such a well worth subscription. And it is all cotton woven, so you could be using it for things like the linings of bags or totes or anything like that, as well as you could use it for home decor type of items. So definitely check out the Freaking Fabulous Fabric Club by My Little Shindig. So we'll be using that. I am doing, for the zipper pocket, I am doing just the plain honeycombs. And then for the rest of the lining, I am doing this really beautiful bees with the beehive and the honeycomb. And it says, "You are enough," which I think is such a good reminder. Good reminder. So that's the fabrics. As far as hardware is concerned, I'm using a antiqued gold hardware with this because I thought that that would go well. Plus, that's what the honeycomb magnet plate is on it. Hello, Sierra. I know you can't chit chat, but I love you too. So we're going to get started with like the very original steps to this. And so the first things that we got to do, and let me make sure that I have all the pieces that I need. Where did you go? They're on the floor, everybody. Oh. Okay, so the first pieces we need are these two little tab pieces. This is the area where the magnetic snap is going to go. Now, because, again, like I said, this is so thin, there's no way. I mean, I guess I could maybe slightly do some edge painting on this to really finish this. But again, we're not edge painting today because that would make this video 10 times longer. We're just going to piece these together. So I have my pattern piece, and what's great is Shannon has made an area for you to know where am I putting this magnet. So I'm gonna just tilt this down and we're going to put this magnet in place. And I remember the first magnet that I ever did and how freaked out I was about doing a magnet, because I feel like it's one of those like, oh, if I don't get it in the right place, it's not going to look right. So let me just mark that, and now I'm going to tilt this down so you can see what I'm doing here to position this magnet. All right, you can see, right? There we go. Okay, so here I have my little dot where the pattern told me to put my little dot. And I'm probably going to need another washer before we're done here because I don't see that I had one in this little package. So I want... For this, I want the male end for this. So I'm going to put the female end in this little bag. I'm going to have to get a washer then for this. But I'm going to take the washer and I'm just going to place it so that the hole is where my little dot is, and my little dot is centered there. And then I'm going to mark the two sides. Grab my ripper, and I'm just going to do two. Be very careful here, especially with this thinner cork. 2 little slots, okay? And so now I'm gonna push my magnet through like so, okay? And now what I want to do, because you don't want this to pull through, so I'm going to grab out of my little interfacing bin. I'm going to cut a little piece just for an extra security. And I want to mark that as well. Been really looking forward to doing this sew along with you guys. It's been a pretty crazy past week, so I felt like this is definitely gonna help me chill a little bit because I needed it. How many of you have made this bag already? I would like to know. All right, so now I put my washer over that, and I'm just gonna press down on those tabs to lock it in place. Okay, so there's what it looks like from that side. Now I try to really push down on it, and now I'm gonna find for myself some of my Therafuse that I have from Fabric Therapy. And I just need a small piece because I want to cover up this side of the prongs as well, so that they don't push through my other piece of cork, just like that. Okay, and then I have this piece of cork. It's going to go on like so. I'm going to grab some clips and just clip that in place. And now I'm going to bring this to the machine. I'm going to use my top stitch length. So I always, for my sail red, I always use a 4 for my top stitch. Let's see, I might want to tilt this up a little bit more for y'all. Can you guys see okay? Things got kind of moved around in here, but hopefully that gives you decent angle, maybe. All right, so I'm gonna leave my threads long, and I'm not going to back stitch, okay? I'm just gonna go in, and I'm gonna do 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, and I'm just gonna top stitch this all the way around. Try to take this slow here around the turn. There we go. All right, now that we've come all the way around, I'm gonna clip these, and we're gonna pull these through and tie them off. Oh, that pulled the other one. There we go. Strings all over the place. I burnt my finger on my iron last week. And when I say I burnt my finger, I burnt my finger. I don't know what I was doing, what I was thinking, but I grabbed my iron and it was on. And it hurt. It's getting better, but I put a Band-Aid on it because it's not quite where it should be without something over it. So we're going to burn down those threads there and just make them flush. Okay, and so now with this, I see I have a little bit of an overhang there. I'm just going to trim it down so that it matches. Okay, so there's the tab. Just popping on real quick to say hi. Oh, thank you, Shannon. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this. I truly appreciate it. I'm humbled, so humbled by allowing me to do this. So I hope I do it justice, and I hope it'll bring more people over to your group. I posted your group link as well as the pattern link and the details. I hope more people will just really, this pattern, like I said in the very beginning, y'all, I did this pattern without watching Shannon's video. It's so well wrote that if you know how to read a pattern, you will be able to do this. You will not need the video. I have a feeling that the video just allows you to learn some other little tips and tricks from Shannon, which I need to sit and do that as well. So, but a sign of a well-wrote pattern is when you don't need to watch the video. You're able to do it without any of that. So thank you, Shannon, again, for allowing me to share this really beautiful pattern with everyone here. All right, so now we have, these are our side tabs. So again, like I said, this is fairly thin cork. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to take some double-sided tape and put it in here so that when these are stuck to each other, when I go to top stitch these, they're not moving on me. So I'm going to do that next. Brianna, oh, you burnt your on a pan. Oh, yes, burns hurt so much. It's one of those things, like I love to cook. I cook a couple times a week for my family, and I've gotten good about not burning myself cooking. However, my son, my 17-year-old, we got him a brick-fired pizza oven from, if you're familiar with Solo Stoves, they do like a fire pit. And they have a pizza oven now, and he really wanted a brick-fired pizza oven for our backyard. And I was like, oh, we don't have the time to build a brick-fired pizza oven. So we found this one from Solo Stove. And listen, I know it gets hot. We have to like use a temperature gauge to like figure out how hot it is to be able to put the pizza in the oven. And like the second time we made pizzas, I mean, some of you probably saw the live, I like put this part of my hand got too close to the metal on it, and I burnt this part of my hand, and it looked, that one looks so horrible. And the reason it looks so horrible is, what do moms do? We just keep making the food for our family. I should have came in the house and put it under the water right away. Instead, I kept making the pizza. Oh, but yeah, burns hurt bad. Oh, yes. I need to watch your video because I am so sure there's some things in your video that I just didn't, that I could have done so much better on my first one. Well, that's a little bit of trivia. Shannon also burnt her hands and had to edit it out of the Aries. That's a little tidbit of trivia there. Not everybody knows that. So I'm just going to top stitch these. You might hear my teenager that I was just speaking about. The bus just dropped him off. So again, I found the last time it was nice to start kind of in the center of these to top stitch. That way it doesn't kind of create a peak for your stitch if you're like me and not so good at the top stitching. Hello, my dear. I'm doing my live. Yes, this weekend we went and visited another college that my son was interested in. And it's so crazy to be back at that place with another child because my oldest is in college. And I think the one we visited this weekend is second on the list. So we now know our first choice, which is closer to home than the other one. So that makes Mom kind of happy because my oldest is pretty far away. But it's a whole other season of motherhood when your kids are leaving the nest. Okay. So again, I just top stitched all around this. I am going to pull the threads through and knot them off. And this here is the little tabs that will hold our handle in place. And if you've made this bag and you have any tips or, tricks as I get to a specific step, I by no means claim to be an expert at anything. Again, that was why I'm so humbled that Shannon was like, yeah, sure, go ahead, do a sew along. I've been sewing for a long time, but it doesn't mean that we all can't learn something, right? So I feel like it's one of the beautiful things about sewing is every one of us has something that we can share and help each other learn. So there's one of the tabs. And I probably could have prepped these beforehand, but I thought this was like kind of like I prepped the interfacing and everything beforehand. But this was one of those where I was like, this might be something good to show just because the thickness of the cork that I'm using. For those of you who are intimidated by, like I am, of the edge painting, I have edge paints. I've done edge painting, but sometimes it is an extra step. It is a lot of work. And if you wanted something where you didn't have to do that, I felt like this thinner cork would be a good solution, around that step if you don't want to do that edge painting. So I kind of wanted to show just how that would look. And because I'm looking at this now, because this cork is so thin, I did play around with my tension a little bit. I probably could tighten it a little bit more, but it's doing okay. Definitely not as good as Shannon. I have a huge sewer crush on her work. She just does really beautiful bags. I wish that the Wizardry Stitchery, I know she's teaching a class at the Wizardry Stitchery retreat that's coming up in May. And I wish that it wasn't during the camping season that I could go. I know they have one in the fall as well, But eventually someday I'll get there. Because both Lindsay, from Lynn's Handmade, who is also another amazing pattern writer, she teaches there as well. And so I'd love to take a class with the two of them, because I'm sure I could learn so much. Okay, so we're going to check where I might need to clip some edges here. Just to kind of shave it down. And again, I feel like this cork, if you don't want to do that edge painting, it turns out to look pretty nice. So yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Well, hopefully I can make it there. Hopefully things settle down here on the farm by that point. So now we have the little, I guess, accent tabs, accent pieces that we needed to put together. So we're just going to set those aside for now. And I do have my pattern here because, like I said, I am not without needing a pattern. You guys, like, don't, I see some people do videos. I'm just like, how do they remember all these steps? I have to make a bag like a bunch of times. And even then, there's no, maybe it's, I'll blame my children, y'all. I'm gonna blame my children. They steal your brain cells. So the one thing you do want to do with all your pieces that Shannon does share in her pattern is to, you know, clip those center marks. Center marks, just like on any pattern, any notch marks, anything like that that's on a pattern. I'm telling you, it's so important to use those. It just helps you be able to piece things together, helps things look professional. Those notch marks are so important. So I'm just on these pieces that are now that we're now going to just make some markings on. So you want, this is one of these is where the other side of your magnet is going to go. So I'm going to just mark on both of them some center marks here. So I'm gonna just draw a straight line from those two notches that I made, and then I'm going to mark a 1/2 inch from there. Was that right? Did I use the right mark? No. There. See, sometimes we even make mistakes. And then a 1/2 inch from there. Okay, and then that way I know where my center is for, and I'm going to do it on this one because sometimes you grab the wrong one. So we're just going to do it for both so that it's done. And then whatever one I grab will be ready for the magnet. Okay, so that's done. All right, so those pieces. And now I think we're going to move on to getting some of this inside lining put together. All right, so I'm going to set these pieces aside too. All right, so we need one of our zipper lengths. So we need the 9-inch zipper length. I'm going to measure, make sure I have the right one. There we go. And then one of my zipper pulls. And let's see here. We need our linings, our two 2 linings and our zipper tabs. So I have, again, like I said, I prepped everything for interfacing. So the 2 pieces that are, this is your like interior lining of your bag. What we're working on right now is this part right here. Okay, so we're working on these. So this here, on this one, I did not interface any of this because this was cotton canvas, so it was heavier. I didn't feel like I needed as much interfacing on that, especially using vinyl on the outside. But for this one, since I'm doing the lighter cork, as well as I'm using all cotton woven, I did interface these with Castine handcrafted. This is her sew fuse. So I love her sew fuse. It works so nice with my Sailrite. So I wanted to kind of add a little bit more stability there. And like I said, Shannon does go through everything, the pattern pieces that you need an interfacing for and so forth. So just follow her lead. So we will need our 2 pieces that we have here. We will need our zipper tape, our 9-inch zipper tape. We will need our 2 zipper tabs, your zipper pull. Anything else that I'm missing here? You will need your lining for your zipper, for your little pocket. And I think that's that. Okay. So we're going to set this aside. Okay, and we're going to take our zipper tabs, our zipper pull, and I have no idea where I got this zipper tape. I cannot remember. Again, I need to be much better at that. I've started to try to only use, it's hard because shiny object syndrome and everybody always has such cute stuff, but I've been trying to only buy my zipper tape and zipper pulls from specific places so that I can remember. But you want to always look when you have your zipper together to put your zipper pull on. You always want to look to see, is there a tooth that's higher than the other? And that's the tooth that you want to start your zipper, okay? That way it'll hopefully, once you get it on there, you can just push it down and have it not make a liar out of me. It's doing it. Nope, it's not. Put it on there. Oh, probably because there's some little fraying going on here. Put it on that way. Put it on that. There we go. Okay. Now it should work that I can pull this through. Yeah, there we go. But I don't have a wonky zipper here, okay? So my zipper is gonna open really nice. So this is something that I do once I have my zipper pull on. I do kind of burn my edges just to keep the fraying at a minimum with it. And then I also, even though you shouldn't do this with every type of zipper, I also do add my notches to my zipper, but I have a magnet stuck to my, but very, very small ones, okay? Don't go into your zipper a lot. But this really, it just helps. Okay, so I have that done. Now what we're going to do is we are going to put our zipper tabs, so right sides facing each other. And I usually try to put a clip on both sides, especially with cotton woven, because using cotton woven on an industrial, especially like a Sailrite, the Sailrite likes to chew it. Okay, And then this is something that I also loved about Shannon's pattern. Using a seam guide for your seam allowance, like I have just this little magnetic one for my sail rate, is so important, you guys. This adds a whole other level of professionalism to your projects. So we are going to be doing a 3/8 of an inch. So if you know where that is, I know that they make and actually have some of them, you know, like the sticker guides that you can kind of put on to here that are, you know, you can follow it, but the magnetic guides keep it there. All right. So I highly recommend, even if you have one of those sticker guides to show you your seam allowance, to get a magnetic one, because it really is helpful. And so we're just going to, I'm going to change my stitch length because now I'm no longer top stitching, and I'm going to use that guide. I'm going to back stitch at the beginning and the end and do this 3/8 seam allowance for my zipper. Brianna says she loves her magnetic guide. I will definitely be using it when I make my first Aries this week. Yeah, there's just, it's one of those tools that you don't realize how much of a difference it makes in using it until you use it. So I highly recommend, if you are going to be just in bag making in general, I think not just with an Aries, like if you really want the bag to look polished, that those magnetic guides are really, really helpful to make it look professional. Okay. So now I'm going to take my clips off and we're going to do our top stitch. Okay. Move my guide back up here, and I'm just going to do an 1/8 of an inch top stitch to hold those tabs in place. I'm going to back stitch at the beginning and the end. Okay. So there we have our zipper. And again, it's really up to you. If you wanted to press your zipper, you know, to like kind of get it to lay flatter for you, that's up to you whether you do that or not. My last Aries, I did not do any pressing. And I probably should have done pressing with the top zippers, but it still turned out really nice. I just was making sure I was really, you know, finger pressing and really making sure everything laid flat. So now out of our two liner pieces, you're going to notice in the pattern, one of them is taller than the other. So like here you can kind of see. We want the one that isn't as tall, okay? We want the shorter one. So I'm going to put my notches, my center notches on this. And I love how bright and fun this fabric for my little Shindig is. I love that it has these really great little messages on it. How cute would this be as like a Mother's Day gift? Or for like someone who feels like a mother to you, you know? I think I found a husky here. Because I think, you know, so often, you know, motherhood is just hard. Motherhood can be very hard. And so now we're going to just center this. and clip. I'm trying to think where there would be a good part for us to stop and just have a little conversation. So, let's see. Where am I here? On my pattern. Here we are. All right, so we're just gonna base this zipper in place. I'm probably gonna add a few more clips here just to make sure that it stays where we need it. So I'm just gonna base this in place so I can leave it on the top stitch. We're just gonna do that 1/8 of an inch kind of basting stitch across to hold this zipper in place. And when you get to your zipper, you just want to keep your needle down and go past it. That way, hopefully you won't get any of that kind of wiggling or waviness of the zipper. Okay. All right, and now, where did I put it? Did I set it over here or did I not bring it over? I didn't. Now we're gonna grab the lining of our pocket and I'm gonna clip the centers as well. So it's not going to be the longer, this is kind of like an awkward piece to kind of show, but you're gonna do the piece that goes to your zipper is obviously the one that's gonna reach, because this one here wouldn't, you're gonna be able to see edges. So that's not the one that you want. You want the one that's going to actually reach the entire length, okay? So we're gonna clip our, find our centers with that. I'm super excited to use this fabric in particular with some of my hand-dyed fabrics that I'll be debuting in the next couple weeks, actually 2 weeks. I feel like it's coming so fast. Goodness gracious. All right, so now we're gonna put right side to the wrong side, correct, yep, of our zipper. All right, and so I'm going to find the center. And clip. And if you're really skilled, sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not, you could do all 3 of these in the same step. However, I do think taking it in these steps does help it create a very polished finished look. So now that we have this piece on top, we are going to stitch a 3/8 seam allowance now, which means we're going to get very close to that zipper piece. All right, so we do want our little metal, our magnetic guide to help us. I'm going to bring my stitch length back down because we're no longer basting. And we're going to back stitch at the beginning and the end and come straight down. And when I get to that zipper, I'm going to remember to keep my needle down and move my zipper out of the way. That way I don't hopefully get any type of waviness here. Okay, I'm at my zipper. I'm gonna go under here and just try to move it. Sometimes I have to lift. I have a narrow foot on. I probably, if I really, really wanted to make it, you know, look, I should just have my zipper foot on. So this narrow foot is just enough to do the 3/8 of an inch. sure I can see if you guys leave any comments. Sometimes I throw my pattern, my stuff over that direction, then it covers things up. All right, so I'm just gonna clip my threads on either end there. And now I'm gonna turn it around and kind of look. How's it looking here? It's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, that tape, that zipper tape and this fabric just looks so pretty together. So pretty. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to just really make sure that we're finger pressing. You could take it over to your iron and press it if you wanted to, but we're going to do a top stitch right along there. We're going to make sure that we're really finger pressing this out of the way of the zipper. Again, with that 3/8 seam allowance on your zipper, you're getting fairly close. If you can see, you're getting fairly close to where your zipper is, which is very professional, but you want to make sure that this back here is really nice and pressed down so that your zipper is not catching it. Again, like I said, that's what happened on that one side of mine. So I'm going to try to be extra cautious of that this time around. All right, and I'm going to probably take some clips just to kind of hold things where I want them here on the side. And my magnet is so strong, I really have to pull at it to pull it in there. Okay. All right, so now we're going to start at the one end. We're going to change our stitch length. And I'm just going to back stitch once. And then just try to pull just slightly, just slightly. Okay. Oh, it looks so good. Top stitching looks so nice. Sometimes I wasn't sure, should I do a yellow or should I do the brown? And I feel like the brown was the right choice here. All right, so there's our top stitch. Looking nice. Zipper's looking nice. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to center that to the top here. We're going to clip it. Okay. And we're just going to clip this in place because we're going to baste that pocket now. And just an 1/8 of an inch. And again, wherever your zipper is, it is going to kind of pucker there, right? So before I get past that, I want to move my zipper so that way it straightens things out. Okay, so we basted that on. Now we're going to take our top piece here, okay, that we put our measurements on, and we are going to now put that on with the right sides together. Again, our curve for our top zipper is there. So we're going to do the straight piece, right sides together, find our little notch, clip it in place. I feel like, you know, when I got to this point, the first time I'm like, oh, this bag is so nice. And then there was a lot more steps to this bag, which again, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous silhouette of a bag. And obviously it is not going to come together super fast. But being the instant gratificateur that I am, I try to find the places that have some gratification. And this is one of those times. So we're going to do our 3/8 of an inch again across the top here. Now you saw me, I just opened my zipper a little bit. Now that's going to make sure that I don't have puckering again. I want to make sure when I get closer to that I keep my needle down and then move the zipper back. I want to make sure that I am using a smaller thread length, and I'm going to back stitch at the beginning and the end, keeping my 3/8 seam allowance in place. Okay, and because this is that really thin cork, the flattening of this out is not a problem at all. Oh, so pretty. It's looking so pretty. So darn pretty. Okay. Now we're going to top stitch. Eighth of an inch. I'm just going to back stitch once. And there you have it, you guys. Look how pretty that looks. The yellows and the brown just look so nice together. Oh my goodness. It's so pretty. This is something that I've been trying to share a lot more of within the sewing community, specifically just from my background in fashion. So, one of the things that I think sometimes gets lost is the length of time the fashion industry spends on making sure that the colors that are used in designs are eye-pleasing, and like how it's kind of a tested and proven method to sell for items to sell. So if you are someone who is doing a crafty business, learning a little bit about color theory and what colors go well together really can go very far for you. It's not just about your brand colors, it's also about the colors you're choosing for your items. So, within this print is really, a lot of the colors that would be part of more of like a monochromatic color theory. You're dealing with your oranges, your yellows, your browns, but then bringing in that little bits of green here. That falls more in line with some of the coordinating colors that you might want to use. There's a little bit of a tinge of a light blue here. So depending on what fabric, I know a lot of people choose like their print fabric first. Really thinking about what are you using that's kind of helping you pull everything together. So I do have a free color theory guide that you can download. I don't have the link here right now, but definitely I can pop it in the details of the video when I'm done. Or you can go over on my Instagram account and there is a link to it there, because color theory truly helps. Shannon's, yes, I was an art major and color theory has been a major part of her life, both big and small. Yes, color theory, if you learn a little bit about it, it can completely help so much with what you're doing. I was going to be an art major, and then I went and became a business major. And so my art teacher in high school, he was good friends with my dad. And if you have followed me at all, you know my dad is a stained glass artist, and owns his own art gallery. And so my dad and him were good friends. And my art teacher said to me, he was like, Jenna, if you really want to sell your art, I want to encourage you to learn a little bit about business. And so I started taking, other than only art classes in high school, I started taking business classes. And I fell in love with how business and creativity can be combined. All right. And so that's kind of how I began my little path, and did not go on to art school, but instead went on to business school. So some days I think to myself, oh, I should have just went to art school. And then other days I'm like, my business life had always served me well. And look at me today. I'm doing exactly what I said I was going to do in my 4th grade yearbook. I was a big Bob Ross fan, and I had drawn my little picture of me sitting, painting a picture with a TV camera pointed at me back in 4th grade. And here I am doing a live YouTube sew along. All right, so something that I did is I just clipped a little bit of a, I want to say, how much is this? This is the part where, as a sewist, I just eyeball it. So it's about a 1/2 inch that I've folded up. This is just to help when we go to turn this baby right side out. Okay, and I opened that piece because, again, it was just folded over. All right, and I probably shouldn't have done that right away. I probably should have followed Shannon's pattern. This is why it's so good for you all to please go purchase the pattern. Obviously, you couldn't make this bag without purchasing the pattern because I'm not showing you any of the measurements of or the pieces. But you want to follow her instructions and not mine. All right, so I'm going to measure in on either side here now. Because we are going to clip some of this off so that we can sew it and make it flush so that it's not getting in the way. The pocket isn't getting in the way of our sewing later on. Yes. Yes, there are so many ways to do so many things. So this is the part that I will tell you that when I was, and I should have done it this way. When I first, I did the exact same thing that I just did. So when you measure this part, you want to have this piece facing out and then your pocket facing the other direction, okay? And then you want to go and measure either side. Because this was a very unique way to do this, Shannon. And I always appreciate new ways to do things. Like you said, so many ways to do so many things. All right, and so you want to watch. You don't want to, like, you have to watch where you're clipping. You kind of want to follow along. Let me see here. Yeah. So we're going to make sure this is the part that, so I cut this piece. This is where yours will not look like this. This piece I should not have cut. I'm going to have a shallower pocket, but we're gonna figure this out. I did this wrong. So again, read your instructions before you move forward. Okay? I don't know, maybe I did do this right, Shannon. This is where, this was such a different way. I think I need to watch your video here. Go watch, go watch Shannon's video here. Because this will probably be the part that I'm like, I'm totally not seeing in the pattern what I'm supposed to be doing. Because if I flip it this direction, that's that. Yeah. I'm not sure now. What I was supposed to do there that's different than yours. But hey, well, more to come on that, because I really feel like this is a pattern that I'm gonna make a lot more of. It's just a really beautiful silhouette, so that's another reason. So now here, it's basically showing on the pattern, you know, you do want to be a little bit, like, you want to be close, but not into your zipper, okay? You're kind of on your zipper, but not into your zipper, if that makes any sense. And I need to change my thread stitch. It's a bit easier to lay it right side up and then flip the panel out of the way to do everything. Oh, yep, that would make sense. Well, that's why it's nice to have the pad. This is the part. I'd be really straightforward with y'all. The part for me that's really hard about these live sew-alongs is when, and it's not hard, it's just like, you know, when you've done something for a long time, it's a good thing to be humbled. I shouldn't say it's hard. It's a good thing to be humbled. And it's one of the things that I admire a lot about a pattern designer. Because if you know anything about what a pattern designer goes through to get their pattern out to you, like the number of people that they send it to be tested, and then all of the critiques that they go through. Oh my goodness, that someone's like telling them, like, I don't think this is how it should be wrote. I don't think, you know, like, that doesn't sound right to me, or I don't understand that, or I don't like the way this is done. Like, they put themselves in such a position to get so much feedback at one time. Like, it, to me, like, one, that sounds very overwhelming, and it also is completely humbling, I'm sure, at the same time. And how awesome is that to put yourself like, be willing to put yourself in that position. All right, so we have our pocket. It's just not closed up yet. So I'm only gonna close this halfway so that I can open it fully later. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take our other bottom piece. We need to put our notches in place. Okay. And then one of the things that I am going to do, and I have to find out where I put them, is I am going to put a tag. I feel like, so here's a little question for you. I just got these. They came, Zerel Fabrics has a subscription that has zipper tape and zipper pulls, and it has some stickers, and then I did not know that this was part of it, but they had some woven labels in them, and this one says Hummers Stick Together, and it's from Wednesday. And I was like, oh, that goes so well, quite honestly, with you know, You Are Enough. Like, I don't know, I feel like, do I want to do the cork tag of if it's not here, that means it's out there, or do I want to do the little Hummers Stick Together? I feel like I want to do the little Hummers Stick Together. Like, you know, just kind of on the side there so that it's seen when you go to open it. I think that's what we're going to do. So for the woven label, this is what I usually do. I don't know if this is what everybody else does, but I usually take a piece of I use a lot of double-sided tape, y'all. I feel like it's the secret weapon. I usually put a piece on the inside of my woven label and stick them to each other because they like to just not stay where you want them to be. Like, I don't want it to be crooked, right? There we go. All right, and then I think I'm gonna stay stitch that down before I do anything else. Yeah, do you think it would be cute, like here to the side? I think it'll be cute there. All right, so I'm just gonna hold it in place a little bit. Yeah. All right, and now I'm going to take my other topper. I need to have some place to set all these pieces aside, because as you're doing this bag, you end up with a fair amount of like just pieces that just need to be set aside until you're ready for it. Okay, so now I'm going to do right sides together of the topper for this. And once we're done with this part, I think, let me just see where I'm at here. Yeah, then we'll take a little bit of a conversational break, and we'll talk a little bit. I'll share some of my story, my mental health story, and I'll share the secret word that you can use over on my event page. So we are going to do, again, once we have that clip down, we are going to do our 3/8 inch seam allowance. So again, grab your magnet. And we're going to back stitch at the beginning and the end. It poofed, disappeared from your screen. I created a discount code for your sew along and it will be available until tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Shannon, thank you. You did not need to do that. But thank you. I'm sure everybody appreciates that, and I will share that in my group. Okay, let's see. Am I going to miss the hummers with my 3/8 of an inch? I believe I am. It looks like I am. It looks like it's going to be just perfect. Let's cross our fingers here. I really appreciate that, Shannon. I'm always someone who feels like if you're a bag designer, like you're one, I mean, if you're a pattern designer, it's you're not making enough for the work that you put in there. But that's with a lot of all of our art. But please support the pattern designers. Like, don't skimp out on them. It's just so much work. My dad worked in the fashion industry for a very long time when I was a kid. And just knowing all the work that he put into design, you know, it is their proprietary work. So please, please support them. All right, so we're going to do a top stitch. The Hummer, the woven label is perfect, y'all. It's so good. Look how good that little woven label got. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate you hopping in. I appreciate that so much. Happy sewing to you too. I'm sure you're working on lots of special things. All right, so now we're going to get our female end of our magnet, and we're going to position that, I think, soon. Yes or no? Yes or no, maybe? No, not yet, I don't think. That's right, we wait. We're waiting. We're waiting on that. So we're going to just set that aside. We're going to wait. If you want to put another type of label here, you could. I don't know. Like, again, I have this one. I could put this one on the outside lining and put... I could put my Thunderbird Farm Handcrafted on here. I kind of like putting this on the outside though. So, I think we're just going to leave this baby out. I think it just looks, the Hummer stick together thing just looks perfect. All right, so let me see where we're at. Okay. All right, so we're going to set this aside. I'm going to bring the camera up so y'all can see me again. Hello. And we're just going to have a little chitty chat for, you know, 1 minute while I take a drink. Okay. This fabric from my little Shindig, when Katie told me what it was for, that she wanted to do something that was very specifically focused on mental health awareness and just mindset, of us talking to ourselves like we would talk to others. That really hits home for me. I said I was going to take a drink. Because, something you might not know, if you follow me for a really long time, you probably do know this. But my mom, from the time I was 2 years old, she is diagnosed with manic depression and schizophrenia. And so when I was 2, my mom was committed, and I was taken into the custody of my grandparents. And so, as an only child, as my mother's mother passed away, I became my mom's sole care provider, the person making those decisions. And that was the year I turned 18, was when everything really became my responsibility to manage. And so when I say manage, that means was not her power of attorney. I was an 18-year-old. And so, it was definitely difficult as a child growing up, not understanding, what was going on with my mom. But it was harder as a young adult to be put in the position of being asked to, that caring for my mom personally, like me personally being able to take care of her, or someone else taking care of her, um, like that it was, if I didn't love her, if I loved her enough, I would be the one to do that, if that makes sense. It was very much that if I cared about my mom enough, I would be the one to take her in and take care of her, even if I wasn't capable of doing that. And so it began the long road, and my almost my entire young life, advocating for my mother's wellness and caregiving, because that was one reason why this fabric, that Katie was putting together for this month's fabric club, really meant a lot to me, is because I think so often we don't realize not only the person going through it is going through a lot, but their, family members are also going through a lot as well, and being, put in positions to question their love for their loved ones, and how that makes you feel. So, I know that it isn't like a happy conversation, but I think it is important for you, if you're following me, to know like that is definitely a big part of the reason why I share a lot about self-care and, loving yourself first, because I went through a lot of, being told, well, if you're not the one taking care of your mom, that must mean you don't love her, and that's the furthest from the truth. I wanted my mom to be someplace that she was cared for, someplace where there were people who knew how to take care of her, so that she could be well, and whatever that meant, for her. And so, my mom had some really wonderful years with my kids when they were young, because I did advocate for her. And as she ages, she's, in a place where she's taken well care of, like not only on the mental health side, but also on her health side. And so, what I wanted to share with you all, is really like that mental health awareness is so important to me, because it's not just the person who's going through it, it's also the families who are going through it. And that they need, our love and support and our kindness, and to know that they are enough, as well. So, for all of you who are here who want to know what the secret word is to be entered, to get this bag that I am making, over on my Facebook page, which I have a link to my Facebook group, in the details of this live. And then there's a post on that event where you can share the secret word. The secret word is Cabbage Patch. And the reason I share that is because one of my most, vivid memories of my mom being home one point from when she was well, is around Christmas time in the 80s. when Cabbage Patch dolls were the craze one Christmas. And I will never forget being with my grandmother and my mom in Hills. Anybody remember Hills department store? And it was right around Christmas time, and there was only one Cabbage Patch left on the shelf, and it was just an ugly boy. Like, I'll just be really clear. It was just an ugly boy Cabbage Patch doll. There were way cuter Cabbage Patch dolls back in the 80s than the ugly boy that my grandmother and my mom like basically climbed over people to put into their cart for me. And I did not have very many like mother memories with my mom because she was in and out of facilities my entire childhood. But I do, that is one of the memories with my mom of her just being well and being in a place where she was the caregiver, and that I wasn't. I have way more memories, of being, an adolescent and younger, where I was more in the position of caregiver for my mom, than my mom kind of showing that for me. And so the key word to be entered for this giveaway of the bag today is Cabbage Patch. So you can head over to the Facebook group, and there is a post there where you can leave that word. And if you have any mental health stories, if you have similar, where you were the caregiver for your parent, at a young age, like, I would love to hear from you. I have gone through a lot of therapy myself for that season of my life. I think we don't realize, especially for young people who are dealing with a parent who does have mental illness, the trauma that inflicts, even if trauma isn't purposely being inflicted, and also the amount of growing up that it requires a young person to do before they're ready, and that you don't even realize that you've suppressed a lot of things until you're a lot older. So, my own personal mental health journey, I'll maybe share in another part of this break, but I wanted to share just how much I think it's important we talk about these things, because um, a- anyone, I mean, I think the statistics are probably almost 100%. There is someone in every family that is struggling with some sort of mental health issue. And we don't usually think about those who are affected by the mental health situation, um, other than the person who is going through it. The family members are also experiencing their own level of mental health trauma. So I really want to encourage everybody it's just so important to be kind to everybody. We don't know who the person next to us, what they're going through. So I really love the idea behind this month's My Little Shindig fabrics. Again, I'll show it real quick before we move on to the next part of the bag. But I love the idea behind this, that it's to be kind to your mind. The one fabric that has like the dragonflies does say be kind to your mind. The one we're using right now with the bees says you are enough. And then there's a purple one with butterflies that says love yourself. And so I think it's such a beautiful way to get that message out. All right. So let me take one more sip of my water. We're going to hope that I don't lose my voice during this. And we're going to get started on the next portion of the bag. So again, I do need to look at a pattern. I cannot stress to you enough to buy Shannon's pattern. She was so kind to share that there is a coupon code to receive a discount from the pattern until tomorrow at 11:59 Central. Thunderbird PA is the coupon code. So if you have not downloaded the pattern yet and purchased it, please go do so. All right, so we're going to grab our two main panels. Okay, so Those are our linings. So we have our linings, which these linings I did not interface, okay? Even though they're cotton woven, I did not interface these. So we have those. All right, we also need, we're gonna need these two panels that we made, okay, already. So we need these two pieces that we made already. And then we also need our two exterior, okay, so I have one that has my magnet plate on it centered, and I have my back. I think I'm going to be positioning this tag on the back. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm going to do. And then we're going to need our 9 1/4. Let me grab these here. We need two 9 1/4 pieces of zipper tape, okay? And we need our zipper tabs, 2 of those, and our zipper pulls. And these are just cute little acorns. I know they're not bees. I wish I had bees, but I felt like the acorns still, they could be be misguided as little hives, I guess. But I thought that, you know, they look nice, and they fit the nature theme of this. Okay, so we have those zipper pulls. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is take care of these zippers. We're going to work on those. Again, whenever you're doing a zipper, you want to look to see which side of your zipper teeth is higher than the other. That is where, hi Diane, that is where you're going to want to first position, you want to put that part of the teeth in first. And it is always harder with a heavier pull sometimes to kind of get this done, but then you want to put the other side in, push it in there real good, and then just push down, and that should make it that your pull where it's on this part isn't wonky, okay? So we want to do that to both of those. It's a really beautiful day here in Pennsylvania. So I have the windows open, but it's kind of cool. That's why I'm wearing a sweater. It got kind of cool upstairs. So, okay, so I have my two zipper pulls on. I'm just going to singe these edges a little bit to keep it from fraying. Okay. And then the thing you want to think about here is with this bag, you're going to have these zippers opening to, it's really personal choice, but you know, I think this does look really nice this way, is that one of them is opening, like the back is opening from one direction, and then the front is opening from the other, but they're opposite sides. So you kind of want to think about that before you do this. So the zipper tape, the zipper, oh my goodness. The zipper tabs, you want to make sure are going in the right place. So the direction that it is going to open, this is the first thing that you want to think about, is we're going to open this a little bit, okay, like so. I want to make sure my zipper pulls down a little bit further, that it's not going to open. And now I'm going to be folding this. And Shannon sews hers because she's precise like that. Super precise. I have to run, but we'll watch the replay for, oh, need your energy. Oh, that's so nice, Diane. Thank you. Appreciate that. I am going to melt this down. This is where you don't want to burn yourself. As we talked about burns earlier. So that it's like so. All right, so I want to do that to both sides. And this zipper tape is a little bit more on the firm. It's like a little bit more firmer than what most zipper tape is, I feel. I don't know, like the zipper part itself, the plastic zipper part itself. So it is a little bit more difficult than others I've done like this, but it still does it. Again, don't burn yourself, okay? I'm just gonna clip that one little out of the way. So now it looks like so, okay? So we want to do that to both. And you want to do it in the direction that your zipper is going to be closing, okay? I'm going to do this second one here. This is a pretty busy week for us, so this is nice to kind of sit here and veg out with you guys sewing. Because I have to say, even though this pattern might feel intimidating or like technical, there's a lot of parts to it. I have to say that this was a very calming sew for me when I did the first one. It wasn't stressful. I didn't feel like I couldn't figure out what to do or what I was doing, which is always nice. Don't worry. I mean, I like challenging sews, but sometimes you just want something that, you know, it flows. And this pattern definitely flows. Okay. All right, so we got that done. Okay, so now both of them are ready to go. And on the other end, we're going to take our tabs. Oh, first things first, you do need, I'm going to look at this a second. You do want to go back over and measure these and make sure that they are 8 3/4. Okay, so I'm going to quick go do that and make sure that they are 8 3/4 now, which the last ones I did were perfect. This one looks like I do need to cut it down a little bit. So 8 3/4. Just gonna take a little bit off the edge here. Okay, so now I made sure that they're the right measurement. And now I'm going to do just like I did with my other zipper tabs. I'm going to put right sides together. I'm going to clip both sides so that they're going to stay in place. Okay. Right sides together. We're going to clip both sides so they stay in place. All right. So now we're going to turn you down again so that you guys can see the next step. If you need to here, you can completely and totally use some sticky tape. Again, it's the most amazing thing and I highly recommend using it. I'm going to tilt you down here so hopefully you can see. And we're gonna do, oh, I'm telling you the wrong thing, y'all. We're not going to do right sides together because we want to be able to see this. So we're just going to be folding it in half. So that's why I would say, depending on the material used, I think with the vinyl I did put some sticky tape there. I'm just going to do a clip. So ignore that first part. Don't do right sides together. We're just going to fold this in half. We're going to sandwich our zipper in between there. Okay, and we're just going to do 1/8 of an inch top stitch right across. Okay, so we're going to fix this. Just want to make sure that it looks even. Okay. So we're going to do 1/8 of an inch top stitch right across here. Now I'm just going to back stitch once. Come on. Don't sew over your clip, y'all. That is not what you want to do. Okay. Okay. So there we have our 2 zippers. Now what we're going to do is we do want to find the center of our zipper. So you could measure it out, but I am going to do my center clips. It's never steered me wrong in the past, so that's what I'm doing. You just want to make sure you have a good hold on where that center is. Okay. And then I'm going to do the same here, and I might be, sometimes if you have your zipper pull where the center is, it doesn't work out, but mine's not quite there. So all right. So there are my 2 zippers. Now I want to get my, I'm reading my pattern here. We're going to do the front first, okay? So on the main side, oh, yeah, wrong side of my panel, I want to measure down. Three-quarters of an inch from this top. There's like a top straight area. Okay. And now I'm going to flip it around, and this is where, again, have no shame in using sticky tape, especially with this, because we want to try to keep these zippers from, you know, bowing. So I'm going to start my sticky tape almost like right where that little, right where it goes away from the curve. And I'm just going to bring it all the way. Oh, yeah, I do have my notches in these. You can see my notch there just slightly. Okay. Now, again, we want this to open from the left. And I thought this was such a good tip from Shannon. So wherever this your center mark is, that's where you want to put it down first. And then work the one side, really kind of making sure everything is lining up. Okay. And then work the other side along that curve. All right. And what that'll do, it kind of does create this, you can kind of see it, it's kind of bowed, right? Okay, so that's what you want once that is on there. Okay, you can clip to secure it. And the first thing we're going to do is we are going to base this on with 1/4 inch. And you do want to start before your teeth up here. Okay, so you can do a 1/4 inch. I'm going to do 1/8 inch of a base, just because sometimes I'm not so good about seeing my stitches there. So I'm just going to do 1/8 inch base. When I get to my zipper, I'm just going to go a little bit past it, just in case I would have any wonkiness there. And up here at the corner, you just want to make sure that where your zipper tab is, everything is correct. Everything's the way it's supposed to be. Okay. I'm just going to clip my stitches. And now, let's see here. Before I add my lining, I do want to get my markings. I am going to flip this around, and I am going to mark on the back of this. We're going to mark a 1 inch mark. So the top of my 1 inch is here, the bottom is there, and I'm just going to mark an L like so. Okay, I'm going to do that for both sides. And I thought this was ingenious also. Again, I always love learning. I feel like those are the patterns I like the most, or like when I learn something new, something I would never have thought about, right? And so this is something that I am not ashamed of either. I am going to use some more double sticky tape, only because I want this to look really professional. And I know if I just clip it there, there's more of a chance of this cotton woven moving on me. And I really don't want that. I want it to look really, really nice. And I know that my Sailrite can handle this. All right. That's the other thing, is to know, can your machine handle that amount of double-sided tape on the, and not gum up your needle. So again, I'm going to start in the center, and I'm going bring it to the other end, and the same with this. Start in the center, bring it to the other end. I am going to clip this, not at the top here. I don't feel I need that, but I am going to clip it on either side just to kind of hold everything where I want it elsewhere. Okay. And now we are going to do the 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm going to get my magnet, change my stitch length. We're going to hope we have enough of bobbin. I had used a little bit of this bobbin already, so we just want to try to stay aware. And we're going to start our stitch for this a little bit past where our teeth are, okay? So it's almost like right at that kind of triangle tip point, okay? And I'm going to back stitch the beginning and the end. And we're going to try to keep our 3/8 of an inch as best we can. When we get to that zipper pull, we're going to keep our needle down and move it out of the way. Okay. And this, it just comes together so nicely. All right. So now that we have that done, we are going, the reason that we drew these little marks here is because we are going to be folding this into a triangle, okay? And so we're going to do that on both sides, which is a teeny bit of tape on both corners. And that's going to make the inside lining of this, when we turn it, look so nice. Again, this is such a good little seamstress tip. So we're going to fold it down to meet that corner that we made. Just like so, okay? And now, I'm just reading my instruccionos here, you guys. We're going to flip this around, and you know where we made these little marks here? We're going to get some double-sided tape, And we're going to put it right on that line, like so. And like so. Okay, and now when we flip this over, that is where, when you'll see when we flip this over, that is creating a place for you to see where do you need to fold over your exterior. Look how nice that looks. Okay, so that then everything will get caught nicely. It's so smart. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to pin this all the way, we'll clip it all the way around to keep it so that now when I do my top stitch, everything looks really nice. So smart. I never would have thought of that part of the pattern, you know, like, never would have, like, Shannon's attention to detail is so good. Oh, I hear Mr. Apollo. He might soon be ready to go out. I might have to yell for the teenager. Okay, so we're just gonna kind of pull this down. Make sure that when we top stitch this, everything looks good. Okay, so let's see here. Following our pattern. Okay. Now we're going to make sure that when we start this top stitch, we are going to start it a little bit, you know, further over here. To move our magnet out of the way. We don't need that right now. 1/8 of an inch top stitch, and you just want to make sure that we're pulling that lining out of the way, getting that top looking nice. I'm just going to do one little back stitch. Yep, there's Mr. Apollo. There's a nosy. I see ya. When she go out, should we call bruv? Okay, hold on. Hiya. Okay, so there is our first exterior panel. Oh, I know. Inside lining stitch looks real nice. Top stitch looks very nice. Okay, let me yell for my teenager to take his pupper out. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here. He's right there. There he is. He's like, Mama, I just want to go outside. All right, let me yell for my kid to let him out. Oh, you want to say hi now? Okay, you want to say hi now. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see what brother's doing. Hey, buddy. Dennis. I'll be right back. Teenagers and headsets. That's what's going on. Yes, go tell me. You want to go outside? Dennis, can you take Apollo out for me, please? Okay, well, he needs to go out now. Okay. He's coming. He's coming. He's coming. I know. I know. Go down to Brub. I know. Go down to Brub. You need to go out. I know. All right. So we're going to repeat this step for our other exterior. All right. We're going to repeat this step over again. So I'm going to work on that. I want to put my tag on first. How's everybody doing? Is anybody else sewing along with me? Tell me what color fabrics are you using if you are sewing along with me. Or if you're not sewing this, what are you sewing today? Go ahead. Go ahead down with Brev. It's so funny. We call my son and my daughter, we say Sissy and Brev for the dog. And that's how he knows their names. Sissy and Brev. Because he is my child. He's the third one. He's the third child. All right. So I'm going to measure down from the center of this for my tag. I think I'm going to measure down 1.5 inches because I had the other one centered, but I kind of like if it's up a little bit higher. Okay, and now we're going to stitch this tag on before we start the zipper. And we're not going to back stitch because we're going to pull this through. And I get my tags from Heartwood and Hide. Jade does an amazing job. She was so helpful with my complicated logo. I got a little wonky there. But it's okay. It's not too wonky. And we're just going to pull this through. Oh. I'm going to try not to split your threads. And that is what I did. There we go. Okay. Nope. There we go. Okay. And knock this off. Cutting Aries to sew this week with pretty floral fabric. I'm watching the sew along to give me the courage to make it. Oh, Brianna, girl, you can do it. It is, like I said, it's a sew, like, I think if I was going to make multiples of these, because I see many people making multiples of them, I feel like I'd want to do at least 3 of them, like just taking my time making it. And then I think after 3, I could then do more production style where I cut a bunch of them out. So, but like I said, it is one of those sews that you just want to take your time with it. Again, Shannon's instructions are so well done. All right, so now we're going to just do the same thing. Now that we have that set up, we do want to do our measurements that we need. So again, this is where I should have kept those out for myself. We're going to first measure, because her measurements are really spot on. So definitely follow all of those recommendations. Okay, so there's that. And now I want to get my lining, clip my notch marks on my lining. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? Paula's over here sniffing behind me. Oh, I have a bed skirt that we have for our one campsite that I had made out of like vintage lace when we put that site up 2020, and it needs some repairs, and I have it over here in the corner, and so it spends its time outside in storage. So he's back here sniffing like, why do I smell outside on this fabric? What are you doing? Hi. All right, so we have our notches, we have our markings. Now we're going to think about, again, this one is going to be opening this way. So I want this one to open this way. So it's both going to be like if they are opening from the left. So like so. Put our double-sided tape where we want it. Anybody else have a sewing partner that's fuzzy? That's my buddy. He's my sewing partner. He'll lay right here with me most of the day, as long as you play ball at least once in the morning. He's pretty good the rest of the day. Okay, pull our double-sided tape off here. And we're going to start at that center notch mark and work our way up one side. Oh, he's going down to bruv. Okay. And now we're going to work our way up the other side. I feel like if you skip this step, it could create wavy, because she really should be bowed there, right? Okay, we're going to baste stitch this into place. What do you want, babe? You were just out. I love you too, thank you. Do Do you need a treat? Anybody else keep dog treats at your sewing station? Do you need a treat? Yeah? There you go. Good boy. That's what he wanted. All right, so we basted that down. Now we're gonna, again, I like to make it look really, I mean, this is such a professional looking bag. Take your time. Use that extra tape if your machine will handle it. Okay. All right, and now we're going to do the same thing with the lining. Start it there in the center. Work your way up the other side. Make sure everything lines up. I saw some people were making little Aries like zip pouches, which I think the silhouette is so pretty for that too. I definitely feel like I might do some of that because I thought, oh, that's such a good idea to just, you know, instead of doing the whole bag, doing this silhouette as a little pouch. So, you know, if you feel like, you know, if you're, especially for my people who are following me that do craft shows, if you feel like the cost and the time into building the entire bag isn't something that you're going to be able to sell it like a craft fair, that you need it to be a different price point, I definitely feel like the little pouches, the Aries pouches, would be a great craft fair, because it's a different silhouette than what people are going to be, you know, used to seeing. All right, so now we're going to do our 3/8 inch. We're going to start a little bit before our zipper, back stitch at the beginning and the end. Remember, when you get close to that zipper, keep your needle down. And then if you need to move your presser foot up, you can, to move the zipper out of the way. Okay. Clip my stitches here. And now I'm going to add some tape, not to my finger, to my marks, where I'm going to fold this over. Not to my finger. That's the hard thing about little pieces is of the tape. It wants to stick to you. It doesn't want to go to where it's supposed to go. All right, so now I'm going to fold this over to meet that corner. I might have gone a little bit further than what I should there. Should be okay. I think I'll be okay. Okay. And now on this side, we're going to put that little bit of tape here on the line that we marked. helps us to be able to see. Where should that be? And I want to just make sure that this is really nice and crisp. And we're just going to clip it to hold it where we want it to stay. Oh, this fabric. I don't know. I've liked every one of the freaking fabulous fabric clubs. Every single one. Every one is unique. But I have to say, I think this might be the prettiest of the fabric clubs that at least I've been a part of, I feel. Maybe I'm just biased to the nature stuff. I don't know. It's so pretty because I feel I'm a big floral person myself. So Brianna, I'd love for you to post a picture of yours because I want to see your floral fabric that you're using. I'm a big floral fan. But I feel like the combination of the floral and the nature in this fabric is so pretty. All right, so I'm going to start a little bit before with my top stitch, before my zipper there. I want to hopefully I have enough of, I'm going to check my bobbin after this. And I just want to pull just enough to make sure that I am making my top stitch at 1/8 of an inch, and that I am also catching that lining as well. Ooh, you're making it to match a dress for your, oh, congrats to your little sister. Look, he's back for, you're not getting another treat. You just had one, buddy. You just had a treat. You don't need another treat. Yeah. Okay, so we got our top stitch done there. It's looking good on the back. You already had one. You were so bad. So spoiled. Spoiled boy. All right, so we can now move on to the next step, which is, let me make sure that I'm on the right page here. We're going to start adding that inner piece, okay? So we have our two exteriors. They're both done. And we have our two it's kind of interior exteriors, okay? So this is kind of that inner pocket piece, which were these two that we started. All right, so we're gonna start with the zippered one first, which goes to our exterior piece here, okay? And you know, this is something that this is where I feel I made some of my little oopsies with this pattern, all right? Because that's why I think I can't open the one side very well. So we're gonna start with our zipper, interior zipper pocket, and then I'm just reading my instructions here to make sure I have everything correct for you all. I am going to use double-sided tape here again, just because with the zipper, I feel it's so helpful. So I'm going to put double-sided tape along this ridge here. And you're probably wondering, why aren't you putting in that snap? I thought that too. I was like, why isn't the snap like the magnetic snap part of this? And you'll see. It all works itself out. All right, so I'm going to again line up that center. Okay, line up my center of my zipper. Okay, and I'm going to do one side first. And then I'm going to do the other side. And I feel like she says in the pattern here that you do not need to, like, I could add the lining to this and just sew it. But I feel like that might be why I grabbed, like, that I didn't get such a nice top stitch here. So I am going to baste this because I probably just don't have the skills that Shannon has. I'm not afraid to admit that. You know, you guys, I've been sewing a long time, but I've only been sewing not even a year on an industrial machine. And I've only been sewing bags, not even a year. So I'm just gonna say I'm pretty sure I don't have the same skills as Shannon. But how great of her to give us a pattern to learn some of her skills. I'm just back stitching a little bit there on my base to hold that zipper where I want it. And now I'm gonna put another little bit of tape. I really don't want this zipper to be wavy. So I was so shocked the first one I did that it wasn't, but I think it had to do a lot with using the double-sided tape. So we're just gonna stick with that theory. All right, so I'm gonna grab another piece of my lining. I'm gonna clip those center marks. Okay, and then I'm going to find my center at my zipper and do the same thing. Position it. Oh, shoot, I should have put my little markings here. I'm forgetting myself. I mean, remember that I'm an inch down. Put those little marks on there. Again, like I said, Shannon's markings were very helpful the first time around. So I highly suggest using them. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing over here with those marks. Okay. All right, so now, again, we're going to start a little bit. We need our 3/8 of an inch, our magnet. Start a little bit further. There. change our stitch length. And if you have any questions while we're doing these sew-alongs about my machine, you know, about any of the tools I'm using, feel free to ask in the comments, even if it's after the fact. I will be happy. I'm happy to share anything I use. There's no proprietary secrets. Okay, if I can help you with something that I'm using, I'll definitely share it. Okay. Oh, and I did you hear the ting-a-ling-a-ling? I think my bobbin's about ready to go. The ting-a-ling-a-ling. Let's take care of that. Did we win? Oh, they're still there. Oh, no, I probably, there's a big ting-a-ling-a-ling. I just lost the bobbin, but that's okay. There was a decent amount. There's a decent amount there, but are you guys seeing it? There we go. Yeah, there was a decent amount, but not enough to do anything amazing with. So I'm glad that I pulled it, because we definitely need a new bobbin. Another thing that I share a lot in my videos about my Sailrite is always make sure, if you haven't sat down to your industrial machine, or even some of our domestic machines, oil the bobbin, the rotary hook area. That always can use a little tender loving care if you haven't sewn with it in a few days. So before I did the live today, I oiled everything and got everything ready for us today. So hopefully we wouldn't have any problems. Okay, I'm going to put some tape back here. Now, is this the side? Instead of using okay. I don't think I need this tape this time. I forgot myself here. Well, maybe I can use that a little later. All right, so we do want to do the corners like we had done before. Okay. So those we are going to use the double-sided tape. But we are not going to use it here, because we're going to be temporarily clipping this the way we need it, because we just want to do the top stitch along the zipper, and then we want to keep this, that it's not secured down because of that magnetic piece that we have. Okay, so we're just going to temporarily clip things into place here and get that top stitch done. So here's where I am going to close that zipper so it's not wonky. Oh no, we don't want that. We don't want that. We're gonna zip that closed as much as we can. There we go. And I want to make sure that that lining is very much out of the way, because I think that is where I had issue. Because you got to think, like, usually your zippers, you're doing like a 1/4 inch seam allowance for your zippers. This is a 3/8 inch seam allowance. So you definitely need your zippers a lot tighter, right? So and there we go. I'm gonna find my center here and just make sure I'm pulling at the right places. Okay. I know that I don't sew as fast as other people, and it's probably just because like I said, I'm fairly new to this. Sewing on my old domestic singer, that girl I could speed sew on, but I love the fact that my Sailrite slows down so much, that I can get real control, because now that looks so well done. And let's see, I have a feeling, yeah. So look how nice that zipper is laying. You know, it's laying so nice. And that's just because, you know, when you're able to take your time with something, it's gonna look so professional. So there's that one. Now we want to do the same, I believe, to the next, let me see. Yep, we want to do the same to the other. And I think this is where people are doing pouches, right? So they're just doing 2 exteriors, right, of this and making a pouch. So you could probably make this one of your interiors of the pouch if you really wanted to. But yeah, it's looking so nice. All right. And that one just fell. All right, so now we're going to do the other side of the exterior here. I love this little tag hummer stick together. I just love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. That was such a good show this past year. I'm glad that they're doing a season 2. I'm hoping that it's as good as the first season. So as we're talking about mental health and the fact that this fabric says you are enough, you know, that was definitely something as I was growing up, because of the situation with my mom, and definitely as a young mom myself, because my mom had gone into a facility again right before I had my daughter. And it was very difficult to be becoming a mother and being a mother to your mother. And all the things that I felt like I wasn't capable of, or that I didn't know. I felt like I didn't know, like that I needed a mother at that time when I was becoming a mother, if that makes sense. And here I was, you know, dealing with social workers and therapists and everything for my mom. It was definitely a very hard time to talk to myself in a loving way, right? Like, I feel like that's another thing, like new moms just need people to give them grace. No baby pops out with an instruction manual. Every baby's so different. And everyone's situation is so different. All right, we're gonna stitch this down because I feel like that worked really well in the last one. So I'm gonna do that again here. Just 1/8 of an inch. Okay. I think we're going to use this roll of double-sided tape in this bag. That's all right, though. It's really helping it turn out to be really, really beautiful. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see who gets this bag. So if you're just tuning into the live, please go back and watch the replay, the beginning. I did share a secret word during a break that you can go over on my Facebook group, and there is an event for today's sew along that will be available until the end of this week. And you can share, if you share the secret code on the post that I have, I will be taking those names this coming weekend, and we'll do a little random drawing, and whoever put the secret code over on that post will be entered to get this bag. So I thought it would be something fun to add to doing these sew-alongs, since I just don't have, I mean, I guess in the length of time of this sew-along, I probably could have recorded a video, but then it's the time to edit the video as well, and I feel that's the time that I just don't have this time of year. And I did forget to add that measurement again. My little L here. Sorry, we can still add it. Okay. So now we're going to do our 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Get our guide there. We're going to start a little bit before, right at that turning, a little notch. We're going to lower our stitch length and sew this lining on. Find the zipper pull here. You know, something else that I was just talking to someone earlier today, talking about boundaries. The one thing that I feel has definitely helped me so much with my personal mental health is really getting very clear about my own personal boundaries of things. And so that was something that, you know, when I was going through things with my mom, and these doctors would say, well, don't you love your mom? Don't you want to take care of her? Even though I was, you know, I was never capable to give my mom the type of care that she needed. I did not have the boundaries at that time in my life to be like a very clear, like, I love my mom. That's why I'm asking for your help. You know, like the guilt trip that was created of me not being enough, right? I think over time you start realizing, now wait a second, I am enough to be her daughter. I'm not enough to be her caregiver, and so, you know, it allowed me then to advocate for her so much better than what I was able to do before that, before I kind of, you know, realized that. You know, we really need, for our own mental health, for our own self-care, so that we are able to care for others in our life the way that, you know, in the capacity we're able. We must have our own boundaries. And so really getting clear on what are those boundaries for you? What are the things that you need to be able to be well? I think is so important to do some discovery on that for yourself, because I know that was a big aha for me with my mom, was, you know, realizing if I'm going to be a good daughter to her, I also need to make sure that I deal with, you know, any of the trauma that had happened to me from when I was little, from her being sick and in facilities, and seeing her in that way. But the best way for me to take care of my kids was to deal with that and to understand it. Oh my goodness. I don't know, you guys. I kind of want to keep this back. It's so pretty. The color coordination of this brown and the gold and the yellows and the oranges is just so, so pretty. All right. So now we have our top stitching. It looks really good. Those acorn pulls are, did you hear that? They're so heavy, but they look so nice. Okay, so now we can check and see, how does our zipper look? Our zipper looks really nice. There's no waviness there. Let's hope it opens real nice. Okay. So now that we have those two done, we are going to let's see here. I know that Shannon shares here that she does use staples. This is where I've never used a staple in my sewing. That kind of freaks me out. So I'm probably gonna, the next one I make, I'm probably going to go watch her video and like think about using staples. But I have never used staples in my sewing. So we're going to work on adding our magnet piece now. All right, so our magnet is going to go in this area, okay? So we need to, well, we need to, is this where the magnet goes? Let me just read here a second, you guys. Okay, so we're going to do this one first, okay, because this is the one that we're going to be positioning the female portion of our snap. So I need to get another washer. I noticed in there I did not have a washer. So where do I have? Here they are. So I need to find a washer. I do have my little magnet here. And if you remember, when we can take these clips off of here now. When we did this, we did measure. There was a center mark here, okay? So I do know that my center is right here, okay? And so I want to kind of position make sure that I actually have my center here. So there's that. Fourth, there we go. Okay. We're gonna try to center this as best we can. And I'm gonna get a ripper and just make our little marks. Again, this was always the area that I was like, oh, be very careful. Especially with this thinner cork, it's like that ripper would go right through there very easily. All right, so we have it positioned where we want it. I'm gonna get, again, I'm just gonna get a little piece of, interfacing here some fusible fleece that will just go right down over it. I think I can probably just push this through. I think it'll, well, maybe I would need to, there we go. Just something to give it, especially with this cork being thin, something to give it some extra oomph in between the washer. All right, now we're gonna push this baby down. I usually take it to the top of my scissors because my hands aren't strong enough for it. Push that down. And now find some of my TheraFuse. I keep a bin of like all my little scraps. And there's a piece. Just because we don't want that to come through. Okay. There we go. And then I'm just going to re-add those clips to my lining just to keep everything in place where I want it. All right, so now we have that female end of the magnet where it needs to be. All right, now we're going to take the other side. Okay, so here's our other side. I'm just kind of, I think I have the mark right there, but I'm just trying to gauge that I am going to be where I need to be, because I will tell you, my other one is, my first one, it's just slightly off. It's not that big of a deal, but when you're a perfectionist, it can be a big deal. So I'm just going to make a little mark right here, because this is where, nope, a little bit over. There we go. And then the center of this, I also want to find the center of this piece. Okay. And this is going to go like so. Okay. So I'm going to take some double-sided tape. I'm going to put it on the side with the magnet. I'm going to line up that center mark like so. And then I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to top stitch right across. Back stitching. I'm going to back stitch at the beginning and the end, making sure my lining is out of the way. And there we have it. There's the male end. Here's female end. Everything looks like it's lining up real nice. It looks like we're on track. Looking good. Okay. Let's see here where we are next. Oh, and I didn't do one thing that I definitely want to do. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, okay. So the other thing that Shannon, and this is very smart, because I would have just done it this way, right? I would have just done that. But Shannon has to measure up from that first part, to measure up a little bit, so that you do another top stitch here. So this has more, you know, you're going to be opening and closing this. So it gives you more support there. So we're going to do another. Did I measure this the last time? Yes. So I'm going to just measure where that second row of stitching goes. And just stitch right across there. We're throwing things today, people. We've got the dropsies. Okay. Okay. So now that is on there and secured. Yeah. Looking good, looking good, looking good. And if you wanted to, you could, trying to see if I should. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the gusset. But I think before that, we'll take another story time break. Because I definitely feel like I need to drink some more water. How's everybody doing? If you're not making this with me, how are you doing? How are you? What are you working on? Where are you at? Are you feeling good? I'm feeling pretty good about where this bag is at right now. I'm trying to like kind of piece it together so that you guys can kind of see where it's at. No waviness in the zippers, which is really the biggest thing I want to try to avoid. I feel like that magnet is where it's supposed to be. So here is the exteriors, and then the interior is, it's looking good. I feel like we're where we need to be. It's looking great. We're just gonna set that aside. It is cool seeing it come together. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would have never thought to put it together like this. That's why I think Shannon is so ingenious with like her bag designs. She's very, very skilled at what she does. Very skilled at what she does. So, more on mental health. I'm a big proponent of therapy. I think that I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for therapy. You know, that really stems from, I'm a big proponent also of childhood trauma awareness. I think that that's something that we don't really think about, of what happens to a little kid when they're little, and how not addressing some of that could potentially, follow them into adulthood and them not even realize it. And that is what happened with me. And so when I was very young, like I said, when I was 2, my mom was sent to a mental health facility when I was 2. I experienced that entire situation when I was 2 years old. I experienced them coming for my mom. I experienced being taken away from my mom. And at 2 years old, like, I didn't have the words for that. I didn't really understand it. I had the mental memory of it, which showed up later in my life. Like, as I was young, it was reoccurring dreams of that situation, like nightmares, like what do they call those, like night scares that I had. And as I grew into adolescence, I didn't have those reoccurring dreams of the situation. And maybe because by adolescence, my grandparents raised me, so I was in a very stable home with my grandmother. But then as an adult with all the stresses of an adult world, and the job that I didn't realize that I was putting myself into a situation that had triggers that were very similar to triggers of what had happened with my mom. And so I can remember, I worked at the time in corporate. I worked in a cubicle environment, which is so beautiful. You know, America really came up with a great thing by putting people in little tiny, corrals to do their work. But it's not amazing for anyone. But I can remember, I had worked there for about 7 years at the time, and it was getting to the point where there was a lot of other people, talking all in their other areas. And I can remember at one point getting ready to dial the phone and not remembering, like being paralyzed, not being able to dial a phone, like not. It's so weird to explain it now because, like, who doesn't know how to dial a phone? But it was almost like I went to go do something that I knew how to do but couldn't do it. It was very weird. And it started creating panic attacks. I started having the reoccurring dream about my mom. And so when I went to get, I guess, evaluated for therapy at the time, I filled out the intake form of all the questions that they ask you. And this woman therapist came out and she sat down with me and she's like, "Do you know that you have childhood post traumatic stress?" And I was like, "What is that?" Like at that time, that was not like post traumatic stress was something that I'd always heard. Apollo sees his girlfriend outside. That's what that is about. Um, I had never heard about like post traumatic stress other than for, veterans or soldiers. And she said, "Do you know that 1 in 3 children has post traumatic stress? They don't realize it, many of them, until they're in their 30s." And so if we think about that very, like how many of our children are going into schools or going into every day, and then young adults also going into their daily lives, not realizing that they have these triggers and putting themselves in those triggers. And so she really worked with me to do something called EDMR therapy to like recalibrate those memories from when I was 2, 3, 4 years old with my mom, so that I would understand what are the environments that would trigger environments where I had experienced trauma as a little kid. So it was a very healing experience for me, but also a very like eye-opening experience to understand, like, children just need us to create the best environment possible we can for them. And also understanding like that's not always possible. So how do we make it that going and asking for help isn't stigmatized? That if you are struggling with something, it's not just because you feel like struggling. It could be a very real thing that you're going through. So you know, that was, gosh, that was back in my early 30s. And now I know that when I'm in an environment, I know certain environments are high triggers for me. And that I know how to cope with them because those skills were skills that I learned in therapy. So I think it's so important for us to just advocate for mental health in this country. My mother has experienced all different parts of the mental health system. And as her daughter, I've witnessed all different parts of the mental health system. And I would say um, we definitely need to do a better job, not only for adults struggling with mental health, but also to build awareness and destigmatize it for our youth and our children. So that's that. Let's get back to sewing. Like I said, I figured we'd take a couple little breaks. You get to learn a little bit about me. So now we're going to do the gusset. So we have our one big exterior piece of our gusset. Now, Shannon does share, if you are using directional fabric, there is a way to fix your gusset so that directional fabric works properly with this. Since we're not doing that, I did not have to change anything. I just have that foam interfacing on the inside. And then I have my interior gusset piece, okay, which is interfaced with, again, the Castine's handcrafted sew fuse. And I have two of the cork with a little bit of that foam on the other side. So that is what we're going to work on now. I'll tilt it down again for you so you can see what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. I don't know what I'm making for dinner, you guys. What is everybody else making for dinner today? I feel like that is the question, the daily question that I struggle with is, what am I making for dinner? Because you can only make the same thing so many times. We haven't got our grill. I got today's my husband's birthday. And so because we have the campsites, we had put both of our grills back at the campsites. We had one grill, which was our grill, then we put that back at the campsite, one campsite, as an extra, and it was a hit. Like, a lot of people who come, you know, either one, they don't know how to cook over the fire like a meal, or they don't feel like it, because cooking over a campfire is definitely hard to do. And then when we built the other campsite, we were like, oh, we should get another grill for that campsite. So we did that, and we never bought ourselves a grill. So we just found at an auction one of those, like, what do you call it? It's just like it's like a skillet. It doesn't have grill grates, right? Oh, I'm trying to think what it's called. It's a skillet. That's what it is in my head. Anyways, it's just flat, the whole thing. So I could, like, we can do eggs on it. We can do, you know, pretty much anything. So we just got one of those, but we're working on the backyard on my workshop, and we don't want to, like, get everything, like, set up until we have that all done, because we have to pour concrete and all sorts of things. So today would actually be a really great day to grill, because it's a little cooler, but the sun is out this evening. But in order to grill, you also need to get something out of the freezer, which I am not very good at remembering to do that. So I'm just doing the 3/8 seam allowance right sides together on these top gusset pieces to the lining of the gusset. And again, this is an interesting part of the pattern. So basically what Shannon has you do is it's probably about a 1/4 inch in. She has you cut up to your stitch on either side here. All right. And then what she does is she has it flip. You flip this like so. See this? Okay. And then I'm going to start the top stitch on that little flap and then come up here and stitch across. So interesting. I want to pick her brain of like why. I'm sure it's to help with bulk. I feel like that's what it's about. That we're trying to prevent some bulk here by doing it that way. But that was also a first for me. So yeah, so the one flap is just positioned downward. I'll show you here what it looks like. So like so. Okay. And then we're just going to do the same on this side. Hi, bud. What's up? You back again. You're like, Mom, it's past the time to leave the sewing room. It's so funny. He knows, like, okay, this is when we're usually not upstairs anymore. We usually go downstairs. We're not up here doing this. He's gonna get ornery really. Hey, he's bumping my hand. He's like, this is not the right time to do this, Mama. It's time we go downstairs. Is it time to go downstairs? Mama wants to finish this. I think everybody wants to see Mama finish it. So, you're such a good boy. You are. Okay. All right, so there's our 2 gusset pieces. Now, we're going to connect those 2 pieces. So we're going to do right sides together. I want to find the center. I did not find the center on this piece. Which I should have done before I had the interfacing on it, because it is harder with the foam to find the center. Hey, does anybody else's dog do that? Apollo seems to like the oil on my sewing machine underneath. Stop it. I'm sure it's not good for her. All right. So now we're going to piece these together. What's the matter? Huh? You're just like, you're done, Mom. The clock, the work bell rang, and it's time to be done. I also love, when you guys get Shannon's pattern, I also love the little sayings she has in her pattern. So you guys have to read all of those. I feel like the little whimsy that's added to her pattern is super, I appreciate that. Okay. All right. So we're going to do 3/8 inch to connect these. Oh, I think you need to go out again. Okay. We'll go get Brub again. Where's Brub at? Huh? Do you go tell him that you need to go out and go potty again? Okay. All right, y'all. I'm going to take him down to my son to take him out again real quick. And then we're really close because we're going to attach the gusset now to our main pieces. And then once that's done, it's pretty much just making our strap and attaching our strap. So we are very, very close, but I will be right back with you all. I'm sorry I don't have hold music, but you can say hello to my magic ghost for a second. Come on. Here you go, lady. All right. Got to take care of the kids. All right, so we have our gusset all ready to go. Now comes the more technical part. All right, so we're going to grab, let's see here, our front, okay, and I'm just looking here and reading because she's like tip, take your time for these next few steps, okay? All right, so because we want everything to line up perfectly. All right. So we're going to position. Remember, we don't want our linings. So even though these clips are beneficial when you're putting it together, we do not want those clips getting the lining where we don't want it, okay? And so one of the things I did here to help me with this was I did use double-sided tape around the corners. So I'm going to do that again. Because it'll just help you to make sure that everything is straight, because that is the beauty of this bag, is really in making sure all the seams line up really nice. Okay, so we're going to clip our center notches. All right, and then I'm gonna, where this is helpful now is I can see kind of where this turn is gonna start, right? So I'm gonna clip some little notches along that curve now. That way it will help me really get the curve that we're looking for, okay? So I'll pull my tape off here and just start really following all along there. Clipping those notches is extremely helpful. And then you just want to see where does that land you. And it should land you that you're pretty much, that this area here is exactly where you would have that part of your, can't see with that. I don't know if you can see, there you go. You want it to be flush with that part of the gusset, okay? So it's definitely a little tricky, but yeah, clip it there to hold that in place. Oh, I don't want to lose my pattern, you guys. And I think this is where Shannon uses some staples. So, you know, if you're staple confident, I would say go for it. Oh, sorry everybody. I'm not staple confident yet. All right, so I'm gonna see where I can start putting my notches in over here. Put those notches in on this side. right? With the double-sided tape. And just try to really follow that curve. And then when you get to this side, you just want to look and see, are you staying in line with those two seams? Okay. All right, now that we have that positioned, I am going to read the next direction that we have to make. And I know if you're using thicker, if you're using vinyl, like this is actually very easy using this cork because it's so thin. All right, so just keep that in mind, whatever you're using. So here's where we're gonna go from the one gusset to the other lining. So here's where this gusset mark here is gonna meet there. Okay, same thing. Now let me think a second. Yes, yeah, that is correct. Yes. All right, so the next is gonna meet there. This comes in. Let me get it positioned here so I can show you, because it's a little, this is where it is a little tricky. These two need to meet here. I can see maybe the stapler is a good idea, because here I have to like kind of really position these two to stay where I want them to stay, so that this isn't wonky there, and not get my lining in there. Okay. Remember to open your zipper pocket here, because we want to remember to have that ready for when we're going to turn it. Right side out. Okay. I'll show you in a second what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get it positioned with clips first. Okay, so as you can see here, so this is the extension to your interior gusset. Okay, this is my exterior gusset. This here is the two areas where my zipper, one of my zippers connects here. All right, So you just want to make sure that those two pieces where your zipper tab is are at that seam of where your exterior is, okay? So that everything is gonna butt up real nice. And I can see where having a stapler where those two get stapled close together will create a better look than what clipping it would. Okay, I can see that for sure. Right now I'm just gonna clip the lining to this. And for the 4 of you who are still here with me, thanks for hanging. I appreciate it. We're gonna, like I said, this bag is beautiful. When it comes all together, it really is a beautiful bag. All right, I'm just gonna clip around the corner ever so slightly so that it lays nice. I really want to do some of these bags with the lining being my hand-dyed fabric, or even I plan on doing some denims, some hand-dyed denims, and I think those will be really, really beautiful. Okay, so we're going to do a 5/8 seam allowance. If you guys can see, let me make sure you can see. We're going to do a 5/8 seam allowance on the lining part, okay? And then move to our 3/8 on the exterior, all right? So I always, usually I have to look for where my 5/8 is, but I finally have used my magnet enough where my 5/8 is. So we're gonna start right where the gusset piece of cork and the interior piece of cork begin. Try to get it in there. Okay. And we're gonna make sure that our lining, our zipper pocket is out of the way. And our stitch length is right. Okay. Yeah. sure I'm not sewing anything that I'm not supposed to be sewing. Alright, and then when we get here to that cork area again, that's when we're going to start moving into our 3/8 of an inch. Okay, and I have my zipper pull is, oh no, my zipper pull is through here, so I don't want to catch it. So I'm going to open my zipper a little bit to kind of get that out of the way. Okay. And I did one little stitch here on the lining. I can easily cut that out. Yeah, everything else looks good. Okay. We're doing all right, everybody. We're doing okay. Now is when we're gonna just slowly move it to that 5/8. Okay, I would say that's one of the most stressful parts of this bag is getting it positioned. And let's see how we did. Well, I probably could have done better, a little better there, but that can be burned there. That's just a thread. That's no big deal. Okay, that's pretty decent. Over here's much better, but I stitched into my lining there. So we're gonna have to rip a little bit of this out, even though it looked good. Almost we did it. It's okay though, we can easy fix. This isn't anything crazy. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to kind of reposition that. I'm going to back stitch there. Okay. All right, now let's look at it. And you can see like how everything's gonna turn. Oh, there, that's not too good. That got a little bit wonky there. We have a little bit of a folded over lining. See, this is where I know someone's going to get this, and I do not want it to be something that they're like, look at, and they're like, oh, that's not right. She didn't do that right. Let's fix that. We'll fix that. That's an easy fix too. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that looks much better. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. And that looks good. All right. So all of that looks really good. I feel like looks nice. So now you can clip this down. So we don't have that bulk in there, okay? So we can clip this. Make sure you're not clipping your lining, but just to not have that extra bulk all the way around. Okay. All right, now we're gonna fit it to the other side, I believe. Correct, correct, correct. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna get our other side here. And this is what I did the last time, just like I did the last one. I did use double-sided tape along the exterior. And where did my double-sided tape go? Not sure. I have more here though, so we'll use this one. So you just want to follow along. Anybody else have this happen? There's like always like a plethora of other things that are now in my way when I'm finishing. Okay, we're gonna move some of this. We do need those clips though. All right. All right, so now we're gonna take the gusset exterior. We're gonna pin that, and we'll clip it, clip the center at least in place. We are gonna put a couple notches in here to go along that curve. Oh, maybe he's going down the pester bruv. Okay. And now we're just gonna follow along that curve and that tape to keep everything where we need it. Okay, and then the same over here. Hi, buddy. What's the matter? You're bored, huh? Okay. Oh, there's a bunny out front. I just saw a bunny hop up front here. Okay. And we're gonna clip this. Yeah, so this can get a little, you know, a little tricky, but just take your time. Make sure you're pushing your linings out of the way. Okay. Make sure before you do this that zipper pocket is opened on the inside here. Okay. So that's very important. Now we're gonna match the center here. It's like a little pillow right now. I am so excited to be able to turn this because I think it's going to look so nice. Okay, so again, we're going to make sure that this lining in here is kind of, you know, kind of one of the things that I did do the last time is I try to like kind of fold it in on itself a bit. And then I have these big clips that kind of helped keep it out of the way because I don't want to catch it here, right? So, but I do want to catch that. So, let's see. We're going to start again where that exterior cork kind of comes into the lining area, where that meets the lining area. And we're going to have our 5/8 seam allowance for the lining. This can be tricky with all your clips. There we go. Okay. And we're just going to go around, making our way around until we get over to this side of it, and then we're going to, you know, bring it down to a, we're going to bring it down. Once we hit here, we're going to start going down to our 3/8 of an inch. All right. And I might need to move our Mr. Ghost here. So we're now at that other part of our gusset area, the cork part of our gusset. So now we're going to start making our way, moving our stitch towards that 3/8 seam allowance. There we are. So I'm going to move my magnet over a bit. Okay. And then as we hit that center part, we're going to start moving our way in back to that 5/8 mark. Okay. This is the moment of truth, y'all. Moment of truth. We're gonna turn this baby in a second. I'm gonna clip this down. We've almost completed this. I'm so excited. We have to make the strap yet and rivet the strap on. I think it's gonna look really great. I'm positive thinking here. There's not gonna be any seeable mistakes, right? Okay. All right, so I pulled that lining in. I didn't catch the lining anywhere. That's good. Oh no, we have to sew our linings, you guys. What am I talking about here? Oh, I did get the lining there. I did get the lining there. Should have looked at that. Let's see here. What do we need to do? We're gonna need to rip that a little bit and refix it. Just fix it a little bit. I think those staples, I'm gonna watch Shannon's video because I think those staples would be very beneficial to the situation at hand here. All right, let's see. See, I was trying to get us to be done before we're actually done. Okay. Take a deep breath and stretch, Shannon says. Okay. So we're now going to sew our main pockets, our main linings closed. Okay. So we're just gonna clip those. And we're gonna do the same over here. We're gonna clip these together. Anybody else get really anxious when you're like towards the end of your bag? This part makes me so nervous. Yeah, I feel like I get anxious towards the end of a bag, and then I'm like, that's when I make mistakes because I'm like, oh, I want to see it, I want to see it, I want to see it. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do that 5/8 seam allowance. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. Let me double check that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. All right, make sure that the zipper pocket in here, let's make sure it's open so we are able to turn this baby. It is. Okay. All right, so I am going to start up at the corner here. That is folded over. And we're going to do a 1/2 inch seam allowance on both of these little linings, okay? So let's do that. I'm getting caught here. We're okay though. We're still going good. We're smoothing. We're smooth sailing. Everything's gonna be great. Okay, there's that lining. We're gonna clip that down. Okay. Now the other side. Oh, we're so close, you guys. I can taste it. I can taste it. Oh, this is going to be so pretty. I can't wait. All right. And get this lining laying flat here. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Let's clip this down. And this bag was fairly easy to turn the first time, so I'm hoping that it is the same this time. All right, let's turn this baby around. Let's see what we got here. Here, I'll lift yous up. Hiya. Hiya, hiya. Okay, let's see. What are we gonna start with first? I think I want to start with the main part of it first to bring that through. Oh, and this cork is really easy to turn. Lightweight cork is the way to go. And my friend Katie over at My Little Shindig, she does have some other lightweight corks that are gorgeous, that almost look like geode, like gold. So look at this, you guys. Oh my goodness. This is gorgeous. Let's see how this lining goes down in. I did find, oh my goodness, you guys. This is so, I don't know if we're gonna be giving this one away. I'm gonna have to make another one for myself. This is so, we'll close this baby up in a second here, but let's get all the linings pushed in correctly. Y'all, look at this bag. Oh my goodness. There's the inside. All right, so there's the one side with our little cute little woven label. And there's the one with the pocket, with the zipper pocket. All right, we're gonna have to close that zipper pocket up, but there's how the zipper pocket looks. So once that's pushed down in there, it'll lay even nicer. Oh my goodness. So good. So this is the part too, like when we're getting ready to put the hole here for our rivets, make sure that this top area here that you have, you know, like where that gusset meets, make sure that that is what is folded over there. Like really give that like some good, you know, good creasing. So that's where it stays, because then your zippers will stay where they're supposed to stay, and so will your magnet. All right. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. So adorable. I love it. And even those little, even though like they kind of do look like little beehives, even though they're acorns, but you know, it works. It's all nature, right? It's nature oriented. And you can really see, like when the bag is like sitting down, you can really see the hummers stick together. Little woven label. Oh, lovely. All right, so now that we have the main part of the bag pretty set, we're gonna make our little handle. Now I did measure this because this is not part of the pattern. This was my own little measurement. So this is a 36-inch piece, 36 by 4 inch piece of the cork. So we're going to fold that in half the long ways to find our center. Okay. And then we're going to put some sticky tape on either side and meet it in the center. I'm going to point you guys down so you can see this. All right. So I'm just folding this in half, long ways. And then we're going to put some sticky sided tape again. I know this is a lot of sticky tape. If you don't need this, you don't need it, but I need it. I probably don't need it. I probably could just clip it, but it helps a lot. All right. So now I'm just gonna fold it into the center. And then do the same on the other side. Whoop. Okay, now we're just gonna fold it in half, and we're gonna top stitch down both sides with 1/8 of an inch. Make sure. Making sure everything looks good. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing great. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited for whoever gets this bag. If you're wondering how to get this bag, if you're just tuning in, I shared a secret word earlier in the live. You must go back and watch the replay to find out what that secret word was, and then go over to my free Facebook group, and there will be an event there for today's sew along. And in that event, you will see a post that has to share what the secret code was. And at the end of this week, over the weekend, I will do a random drawing for someone to receive this bag for free in the mail from me. I love this cork. Oh. I think they discontinued this actual distressed version, but lightweight cork is like, it's just the perfect thickness. Okay, so there's our strap. And now I'm not gonna do the rivets on here because I have to bring it over here to my table to do that. But I just want to kind of show you all what Shannon has in the pattern to help you with this, okay? So these are your pieces that we are going to position them like so, okay? So they're like this. That's gonna hold your straps on. So I have these little like, throw it in the bag, Jenna. These little like rectangle pieces that I'm going to use to hold my strap on, okay? So on the pattern, let me find it here. It's all on my floor. There is places on the pattern to show you where do I want to position the holes on this so that when I put it on here, the hole is where it needs to be. And in the pattern, she does tell you how far down to measure to put your rivet hole, okay? So that's what I'm going to do next is I'm going to measure all that out, put, where did I just lose this? Put my rivet, put this on, then do my rivet, and then I'm going to sew, well, probably I'm not going to sew, I'm probably going to rivet this, the strap onto here, okay, by just folding this over probably about an inch to a half an inch. I'll show you without having that on there. I'm just going to fold it in half, fold it this way. This is a little wider than what it probably should be for this, but it's all right. It still looks okay. And I'm just going to rivet right through that. And then that way that's secure. This will be secured on the bag. And then you'll have a strap for the bag. And I'm going to sew up that inside pocket, that inside zipper pocket lining. I'll post a picture of the final results over on my Facebook group, but I think it turned out, oh my gosh, like, I don't know if you guys can see how good that little tag got. It's so good. Thank you all for joining me. This is the longest Facebook So Long Live I think I've ever done. But it was fun. This pattern is so good, and I'm so thankful to Shannon for sharing that coupon code. If you haven't purchased this pattern yet, she is giving a discount with the code Thunderbird PA. I think that's what she did. You know, definitely go check that out. I think that, yeah, Thunderbird PA, all lower caps. I'll post it over in the group when I post the pictures of this. You're so welcome. You know, as much as like, I feel like these lives, I was very nervous about doing them originally, but I just know I don't have the time to do the editing. But I feel like obviously the more you do something, the more comfortable you get with something. So I am feeling more comfortable doing this with you all. Next week's video is also very exciting. If you want to know what my video schedule is for an entire month, I do share my video schedule with my Patreons, every level. So I have 4 different levels of Patreon. They're named after birds, since we have a lot of meadow here on our farm, and we get told all the time we have a variety of different birds here on our farm. So each level is a different bird that you can find here on our farm. I call them my feathered friends of the farm. And so every level of my Patreon does get a newsletter each month that definitely will give you the schedule of all of my lives, all my videos that I will be putting out for the month. And then everyone also receives a schedule of events in my group that are going to happen. So like I said, I also am a community herbalist. So every month I do also offer a event called Spilling the Tea, where I share one of my herbal tea blends, and I share the supports that it provides, and kind of share different ways and recipes you can use to make different drinks with my tea. And then I also usually have a D-stash batch each month month where, as you can see, I'm just like everybody else and I have a stock of fabrics. And now that I'm focusing more on my hand dyed fabric, once I use something, that's probably going to be the last time that I use it. So if I have extra in yardage, I'm putting that on the D-stash at a discounted rate. Another event that you will see coming soon is hand dyeing of some sort. So if you're interested in learning more about that, that will also be something that goes out to every level of the Patreon. The higher levels get a little bit more, so go ahead and read through those. But the really cool thing that the top 2 levels receive that actually happened today is if you are a crafty business owner or someone considering starting a crafty business, once a month we do have a live Zoom where I share some like a theme in the crafty entrepreneur world or business worlds, a tip, a trick, a skill, a tool that I have, and then we have some time for Q&A where if you have crafty business questions that you want to ask me, then I share my advice, my insight, things that I've learned in my now, gosh, it's 10 years of being a entrepreneur straight with no full-time job, no job outside of home. Yeah. But I've been an entrepreneur for a very long time, also having a full-time out-of-home gig. I can definitely share some insight. And like I said, my past life is in fashion, marketing, and sales. And so I do have some knowledge to share there. So if you want to learn more about my Patreon, it is on our website, thethunderbirdfarm.com. And if you go up to handcrafted, you'll see a drop-down menu for Patreon. So you can check that out. Next week's video, I will tell you what it is without you having to sign up for the Patreon. But if you want the whole month, that newsletter will go out this week on Thursday. And so next week it is TPU clear vinyl again. We are going to be making a backpack, the Truth Backpack by Cherish Today Designs. So I'm really excited about that. We will be doing the full backpack. I've seen a lot of people do it without the lining, and I promised Cherish that I would do the lining on my sew along because I also, when I looked at it, I was like, that's really cool that it has a detachable lining. So we'll do the whole thing. So yeah, so I'm going to finish up the straps, close up that inner pocket, and then I'll post a picture over on my Facebook page, my group. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in live. I truly appreciate it. I hope if you haven't already that you do hit the little subscribe button so that you can get alerts and things like that of when I do have videos. I am trying, like last month I did one recorded video that was just like a really short recorded video. I'm not sure if that will be possible as our season gets more and more, but I just really do appreciate all the support. I never expected this page to be bigger than just me sharing my sewing, so that potentially one of my kiddos eventually, or one of my grandkiddos, would maybe want to learn how to sew from me. So I'm so happy that all of you are here with me to do this. And I want to see your Aries crossbodies. Please post pictures in the group. Go join Shannon's group. Go check out the freaking fabulous fabric club and watch for when Katie posts over on my little Shindig to be able to pre-order this really gorgeous fabric. Such a beautiful theme behind it this month, and I love all the prints. So go check those out. Have a great evening. Remember that crafting is the healing part. I shared a lot of vulnerability today, which is not easy for me. I am an Enneagram 8, if anyone knows anything about the Enneagram. So being vulnerable with any of my story is always really difficult. I always worry about people judging it and all of that. But I have found over the years that the more you share, the more other people can heal too. And so I hope that if there is anything in my story that you felt a connection to, that you know that you're not alone, because you are enough. And you're never alone. Everyone goes through struggles, and I hope that it will just help us remember that as we go out into the world, people are going through things that we have no idea what they're going through, and if we can be just a tad bit kinder, it might be something that helps them get through their day or their week. So again, have a beautiful day. Thank you again for joining me, and I'll talk to you all next Monday.